up, goobers? This is working, right? Yeah, looks like it's working. Oh, okay. My cat decided literally as soon as I switch over to going live that he no longer wants to nap on my futon, but wants to chill out in the worst possible spot between my desk and my workbench. He's very, very cute. You need to go on a futon, it's safer for you. So, I just woke up from a nap. So, yeah, I did get affiliate, actually, a couple weeks ago. So yeah, it's been good. I don't have to feel like that I have to, like, monitor the, viewer numbers super hardcore. That's always a nice feeling. Hopefully I can get to the level where I'm about to hit, like, I guess, his partner after affiliate, and then have to worry about that again. But for now, it's nice not have to worry about that. But yeah. Okay, so you can see my virtual workbench because I went to my workbench area. But yeah, we need to clean up the real one because, like, I literally just woke up like 10-15 minutes ago from a nap, and I did not clean my workbench at all, and it is super duper duper messy, and we can't work on stuff while it's, like, really messy. So, yeah, I guess we're gonna go clean it up right now. But yeah, let me just make sure there's, like, nothing incriminating on the workbench. Nah, looks okay. Okay, let's switch over to it. That's not a workbench, that's a screen. Yeah, it's really messy. Let's actually just lock the camera onto it, because I don't know if moving back and forth around my cat and stuff is going to, like, will, like, keep shifting the camera around. Okay, camera's locked. Alright. So yeah, this is also probably a good walkthrough of whatever the hell is up on here. Let me go position this a bit better. Okay. So yeah, there's, like, a bunch of parts on here. That's all the forced hydration machine stuff. I'm just gonna move those out of the way while trying not to step on my cat. I'd show you him, but the camera arm is designed specifically to have restricted movement, so I don't reveal myself, but that also means it's very hard to show my cat. Hi, Alex. What's up? Yeah, just cleaning the workbench before actually getting started. Yeah, you're looking at when I wake up, like, literally 15 minutes before the stream starts, and didn't have time to clean up my workbench, but I'm like, okay, I need to get this thing started before. Okay, here's a router that I'm actually about to put on, like, Facebook Market, because routers, well, the spinny power tool kind scare me. If they're, like, handheld now, and when I have to use them, I get, like, the makerspace, because I can, like, make a bunch of mess there and clean it up a lot easier than at home. So yeah, a lot of what you're looking at here, though, is support material that I had to pull out from underneath a lot of 3D prints, and this is concrete, which I will explain in a bit. But we're just gonna go yeet that whole bucket in the, well, not the whole thing, but just the liner and all that extra concrete in the trash can. Okay. Random tools, just a shit ton more support material. There's a missing hex bit, and that is nebulous. I also need to wipe off the concrete dust from here. Okay, what's the easiest way to do this? I have like a little tiny dustpan thing, so I think after getting like the really, really big bits, I'll probably just get the dustpan out. Yeah, probably get done with it now. Oh, here's the missing hex bit. Yeah, you figured it out. The thing on the left here is, it's the base of the thingy filled with concrete. I was using that, so the concrete, I was using that as, like, filler weight for the base of it, so that, like, it doesn't tip over. And I was kind of nervous about that, because, I literally bought the concrete at, like, 8 in the morning today, and I wasn't sure if it would be cured in time for the stream, but it looks like that if I just poke the top of it, it's a little flaky, but other than that, it's pretty much all set, and it's not even like pasty, it's just like, it's basically like almost fully baked, fully cured. So, yeah, it's definitely workable right now. I also put on like a bunch of PP, like have my purple, like, I guess project apron, and have this like full face gas mask on because I didn't want to get like concrete dust and stuff in my lungs and in my eyes and whatever. Oh, that's where my hammer went. Yeah, I'm probably gonna use that in a bit. Cat, that is the worst spot that you could be sitting in. Okay, can I show him? I'm trying to figure out how to show him. Yeah, I'll actually clean the workbench a bit more, and then I think I'm in a spot where I can show him. Shit, where's my paper towels? Okay, let me go get my roll of paper towel, or get some paper towels real quick. I thought I had some, like, shop towels, too, around, but I can't find them either. But paper towels will work. Okay. So how do I want to do... Oh. More support material. Alright. Oh, you know, I think I'm actually going to use the vacuum for this, and then I'll get the remnants with spray water and paper towels, but, okay, vacuum alert. Wow, that did not scare my cat at all. Okay. That should be good enough. I'm gonna wash my hands after this, because concrete I'm not sure what the difference between concrete and cement is. But I think both of them are, like, caustic or something. Like, you don't want that stuff when it's wet, like, on your skin for too long. Okay. And so this is our concrete base, which, let's weigh it right before. Put it this way. We are at about 1.5 kilos on that. But yeah. Okay, cool. I thought that was a crack in there, but it was just a scratch. Okay, I guess I can go in here. And we're gonna be using that drill, probably. There's, like, some dust that was here, also. Okay, cool. Alright, I think that's reasonably clean enough. I'm gonna go wash my hands. Okay, I'm back. Need to turn the sensors back on. Okay. I think I'm back. Cool. Whee! Okay. So, yeah. We have the base of this thing, and we got the other parts. Here's the lid for the thing. And I'm gonna go flip this. Actually, I'm gonna just go pad the top of this bit. Just in case there's, like, any excess water. I don't think there is. I think it just got, like, kind of... It's weird. It feels almost like the top of, like, a brownie. How it has that, like, really kind of, like, flaky, super thin layer on top before you get to, like, the brownie goodness. Yeah. Okay. So, this is the base, and this is the lid for it. And the base is actually going to be flipped upside down. And then here's a bit of aluminum extrusion. And I hope that I have the screws that I need for this thing. Might have to dig around for them a bit. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to dig around for it a bit. I don't think I can avoid doing that. Okay. Oh, is it literally just right here? I'll take it. Okay. Well, there's that. Cool. Okay. And I just want to put that on right now because I just want to get this like kind of sealed up and stuff. And it's also the base, so literally everything is kind of resting on top of it. So yeah. Okay, so how many of these do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I didn't realize there's that many. It's just 2 more of these ones. And then I think it's Torx 9. Yeah. Whoa, tracking got a bit weird for a second. Oh yeah, I'm not in Unity, so I can turn hair physics back on. Hair physics. Okay. Maybe it's Torx 10. Oh yeah, 10 feels a lot better. 9's a bit too loose. Although, I think I need to drill that out just a bit more. Okay, calipers, where are you? Where are my calipers? Here. Okay. So, you are 3.6. So let's get a 4mm bit and just widen those holes out. And then we can just thread straight into the base of the lid. Okay. Sweet. That worked. Alright. That bit got a little warm because some of these are a bit melty instead of shreddy. That's okay. No, I almost forgot to do that. Or maybe we want a bit more. Yeah, these are... Oh, I must have messed something up in the order a bit, because I was trying to do, like, the star method or whatever it's called, where, like, you go, like, kind of crisscrossing across the thing as much as you can. Oh, well. I don't think it matters too much in this case. It's not like I'm putting on car tires. Okay. So yeah, the screws I'm using are plastites, which are made to thread into plastic. So, yeah. Okay, so, sweet. We have a nice heavy base. And, there's a bit more concrete dust that got around, so I'm just gonna go clean that up. Although I think a lot of it has already reacted with the water and it was just falling off of, like, the base. So, I'm not going to go worry about washing my hands unless I feel some irritation, because I don't think that's much of anything compared to, like, the raw dust that we wiped off a bit earlier. Okay. Yeah, you can hear that. Alright. So, this part, I realized that I'm not sure if I had the best idea going into how to secure it, because there's like almost no space to actually navigate around a aluminum extrusion piece in there. But I'll try anyway. And I just realized that we might be running low on these bits, so it could make sense to progressively take apart the existing hydration machine, which I'll just unplug right now because I don't want to, like, get that cable, the power connector fucked up. Okay. So I think the way that I was going to go about this was just like... okay, so those are actually too short. I have longer ones. So this length... And I'm also going to Loctite things along the way because this is kind of supposed to be the final product thingy, so yeah. Alright, that is the correct size for that. Alright, yeah, that's... I wonder if that's actually too long. Nope, that is just right. Alright, so... do that, and get my Loctite out. I got into... oh, that's the wrong Loctite. That's green Loctite. I got into the habit of using plastites instead of, like, threading machine screws directly into the plastic when I started doing robot combat. Because that's an area where you definitely need to worry about how well that stuff digs in. Okay, so put a bit of Loctite on there. Going in a little blindly on this, just by feel. Okay. And then the one. It's actually easier if I put the Loctite on here before inserting it. And PLA is not a plastic that is affected by Loctite. But I know that some plastics are affected by the classic blue Loctite. Like polycarbonate, I think, is the biggest example of a plastic that gets like super duper brittle if it gets anywhere near Loctite. Because it's not the actual... I don't think it's the actual thread locking compound itself that gets angry and brittle when it's like... Or I don't think that's what causes the plastic to get brittle. I think it's actually whatever solvent it's in that's evaporating that can make stuff brittle. It's got like a really long name. It's not like a super duper common or I guess basic one. Okay. I am not getting any progress. I'm trying to fiddle with that right now. Oh, did both fall out? No. Okay. Let me get my other chair. Alright. There, that's a better angle to work with. Okay, cool. That one's in. This one should be the last one, but that's not the worst part about assembling the base on. It's going to be when we're trying to slide the extrusion on and keep everything lined up. So I think the way to do this is to go tighter than I expected and to line up the T-nuts so that the extrusion can go in, and then we're gonna loosen them up until it can do the thing where it settles into like the proper rotation to lock in, and then we tighten it. But also, this thing has a really tight grip, and we have 4 of these T-nuts on, so if we get at least 2, that's good enough, and then the other ones will just be decoration, basically. But yeah, and this is the top, because the screws are meant to be hidden from this, and we're gonna be using, like, some, we're gonna be using, what's it called? I'm sleepy still. ADHD meds are still kicking in. What was I talking about? I low-key forgot what I was talking about, but yeah, okay. Cool. Well, we have the, we can tap that out just a little bit. Because I don't want this to, like, scrape whatever it's on, and we're gonna be putting, what's it called, probably, like, some felt pads or, like, rubber pads or something on the bottom of it anyway. But, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that one definitely went in, and the nice thing about the bottom ones is we can at least inspect them as they get twisted. And yeah, you can see here that they are rotated in place correctly. So as long as about maybe probably 2 out of 4 of these are actually in there properly, and ideally 4 out of 4, which just by feel I can tell that that's happening because it's taking several rotations to get them completely out of the T-nut kind of thing, or to get them completely off of the threads, but then only a few turns to get it locked in. And yeah, that's looking correct. Cool, so we have this nice heavy base. Alright. So with that, I can kind of preview the rest of this thing. And all the parts. And I haven't really done any test fits on them other than like the rough test fits, so will be good to know if everything actually fits right out of the box. But let's see. One of these was like the good version, the bad version. Okay, this is the good version. This is the bad version because I actually forgot to put mounting holes on there. Alright, so the way this thing will be going together. Change the angle. Yeah, that's a better angle. Okay, so this is the base. And where's the pump stuff? So the pump will live in this thingy. Yeah. Pump lives in here. And that goes to the back. And it during printing. So I thought about reprinting it before the stream. But I'm like, let me actually make sure that this all fits together the way that I want to. And if it does, then I'll reprint it. If it doesn't, then I'll redesign it and reprint it. Let's see. This is the... I'll rotate it the other way. So that's the mount for the load cell. And this is the cover for the load cell. And that gap is intentional so that we can run some wires through. This part is where the, so then this part connects to the load cell, which isn't here yet, but this is going to be what connects to that, and then this is the thing that we put around it, and it's clear so that we can run some RGB LEDs underneath this to light up, to give some status on the water pouring stuff. And then, let's see, we have this thing, which is a mount for the ultrasonic sensor and for the spout. And then there's a hole here on the side for the tubing to come out of. And then this is just the cover for that. And then we have... Looks like one of these holes is kind of decorative, because this piece of extrusion is a little short, but that's okay. We don't need all of that. We have that sliding over here, and then if I rotate it back, see, the USB port goes here, the screen, the touch screen goes here, and the PCB goes here. I realize that those holes don't actually go so deep, so might have to figure something out so that we can actually get that in. I think that what I'm going to do is I'm going to drill those holes out a little bit bigger and try to use some heat set inserts. And then we have the lid for that. And yeah, I didn't put all the heat set inserts in. I put like maybe half of them in, but I didn't want to like skip all of them for the stream. But yeah, this is the rough shape, and don't see any reason why that shouldn't work. Now it should just be about can all the electronics and stuff fit in. But yeah, that's the thingy. Okay, so I guess we have to start taking apart the prototype forced hydration machine, which has served us very well. And it's not dying, it's just being reincarnated into this body, I guess. Hope that's not sacrilegious to anyone watching. Okay. So yeah, the most complicated part of this is definitely the load cell, which is not super complicated, but it's still more complicated than everything else for like assembly-wise. So yeah, we're gonna go. Let's kind of do that, and at the same time, we're gonna be recovering a bunch of parts, a bunch of hardware. Okay. see, it might actually be a good idea just to, like, snip and unplug all of the, cable management too. Just so that things don't get caught on stuff and tear off or whatever. That can stay, because it's all one bundle. This wrap needs to go, though. Alexa, fans on. Alexa, set lights to bright white. Okay. Snip, snip, snip. Okay, we have the pump separate, and this time I'm gonna label which ends are in and out, because I think right now it's only in Chinese, so I can't read that, and I always have to end up looking at the documentation. So let's see, this is in, and this side is out. Okay, cool. That T is a bit malformed because it's on one of the characters. But the other one says in pretty clearly, so not worried. Oh, right. I should probably figure out what to do with these before it makes a mess because of the siphon effect. I'll just keep this guy up here. Alright, yeah. You know what? It's gonna make a mess anyway. I guess I'll just rip the band-aid. Okay, so I'm just gonna lift this up so that any residual water pours back down into the bottle. And loop this tube around up here. Okay. This one should have like... oh. This has nothing my ass. It did have some stuff. Not that much. I'll just let evaporation take care of that. Okay. Doop, 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 doop. Alright. That's really stuck. Oh, I used some double stick tape, but the really thin kind. Okay, let's get that out of the way and just keep it up there. Okay, so I'm gonna go take care of the load cell first. And a lot of these things with the connectors, I'm just gonna like directly solder, just for reliability. Okay, so this is the original tray for it, and it's actually designed pretty similarly to what the final one is, just that this one's a lot bigger because I didn't, I wasn't considering that I'd only use the same size glass for this, and the glass I'm using is just like the standard IKEA normal drink glass, and I have like 6 of those. I haven't been using the exact same glass every single stream, but yeah. And so this one, everything is kind of screwed in the sides of it so that the top remains like waterproof-ish, at least as waterproof as you can make a 3D print, which I just set number of like top layers and whatever to like maximum, and that should hopefully be tight enough. Is that everything? Why is that not coming off? There, it's just tight. But yeah, I guess you can see some comparisons between these. is that here this screws directly into the whatever that was called. This screws into the load cell, and then actually have to take those out. But we have some square nuts going into here, and then the top part has mounting screw holes in the side. So it's really kind of just changing the geometry a bit, but not radically. Where'd the big boy driver go? Is behind this. I do realize that I have to figure out how to take those out, though. Might be very annoying if I can. I think I'll just drill and try to pry it out with one of my drivers. Let's go with 2.5. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's... I hope that's clean enough, but if I didn't get all of it out, then... Yeah, because this one came out clean, this one came out only partially. This one's definitely only partially. That one was partial, so only one of those came out fully, cleanly. Needle nose. Okay, that one might be out clean. Yeah, that looks clean to me. One could be if I can get a grip on that, although I could just... No, that's not it. Okay, I'll work on that one later. I got careless with the support material stuff because these holes are so small they don't need support material. Okay. What other tools do I have that I can probably try pulling that out with? Trying to use the screw action of the drill bit to get it out. Okay, that's a bit more. If I clear out too much forcefully with the drill, then the nuts also just won't stay in. I might go in with the reamer, I'm not sure. There's a little bit that looks like it can just hang out, though. Oh. Huh, I wonder if I did take out too much. But it looks like I might be able to push stuff out from here. But that also may have been too much. At least this is one of the smaller parts. If I have to like reprint it, then it's not the worst. But I'd rather not, because that's just wasted time. Okay, that might have been enough. And then we have just this one last one. Ooh, yeah. Okay, is that clear? I think that's clear. I think that's 3 out of 4 cleared decently enough. And then, okay, yeah, so this is meant for M4. Yeah, my M4 screw box. I was worried it'd be M3, because M3, even when it's square nuts, can still round out pretty easily. Let's see. No, a spam bot. I am too in the zone to log into the chat and sort that out. They say like one spam message and that's it, then it's like whatever. Okay. So those go in. Might get the hot glue gun out just to keep it seated. Yeah, let's do that. Are you plugged in? You are. Okay. I like this hot glue gun a lot because it has like an auto off feature. Okay, so to take off the rest of this, we have to take off the entire thing. My Loctite is knocked over. It would have been easier just to take out all those screws all the way instead of just partially. Alright, cool. So, that's removed. That is longer than I thought it was. Okay. Okay, so the load cell. Let's take that Loctite again. How long do you want that to go in? I think. Is this good? Yeah, that's way too short. What about 2 of these ones? Well, you are around for every single stream, so if you don't mind, Yeah, that'd be awesome if you could just watch the chat for spammers. Yeah, I'll go talk to you about that after the stream, I think. Okay, that's... We have plenty of space, so we can make that long enough to go in and maybe a bit over. It's not an issue. Yeah, that's basically almost perfect. Let's go with that. Yeah. Okay. Doop, doop, doop. Okay, so that is in there, and this one is in there. I wonder if we will need to do some recalibration, or if the exact same values that we're using before will work. Let's see. It might be a good time to attach this now, also, because worry that that mounting point will be difficult to access. So yeah, let's go put that on right now. At least on that side. Well, no, we have to do it on all the sides actually, so. Don't remember making that one so short though. M5s. Okay. Colors aren't gonna match, but that's okay. Those are a little bit shorter. Of those, I could have... Oh, they fell in to there. Okay. I think I forgot to put Loctite on those. Okay. The wires for the load cell are the most delicate, so it'll be good to get those out of the way soon. Sweet. That is in. And the wiring path will just be up here. And then I never glued those. So let me just glue those in, just so they don't like slide around while I'm installing this. long enough. Screws for this. I think I need to drill that out. Do I have my 4mm reamer bit? These reamer bits are kind of the better way to round out holes to the correct size. Yeah, you are 4mm. Now you drop in. And that is just the right length. Okay, lock tight. I realized that was off of the edge of the screen. Okay, cool. And then you got my RGB LEDs. This roll is almost used up. Let's go use that. Okay. In and out. So that'll just wrap around like this, and I'll just pre-solder on the wires for that. Let's see, let's run this down. Yeah, that's probably good length, and we're going to be trimming that probably a little bit. Has that been dangling the whole time? Okay. Alright, so I hope I still have conformal coating. That is still good. Okay, cool. It does not look dry. We're gonna need to coat some of the stuff in that. After we solder it, just so that doesn't like short. I guess we're gonna solder and then we're gonna stick it on and then we're gonna conformal coat it. Okay. Solder is going to be on the side. ceiling, then I'm going to want to use my Omni Fix-It for this. Okay, so tin these pads. Sweet. It's a little too much. And then twist and tin these. Where's my flux? Okay. And then I can trim those ends because they're a little long. Let's actually trim them at the same time. Okay, cool. Alright, so let's do the middle one first for a signal. And then 5 volt. Need to strip off that a little bit more. This feels risky. I don't like that, actually. I feel like I'm gonna rip off from the pad. I'll just deal with it. Or I'll just shrink it by heat. Yeah. That does not look secure to me. Pretty close, but if it doesn't contact, then it doesn't contact. Okay. Those look kind of cruddy. Okay, I think that's actually touching now, though. Okay, continuity check. Alright. No touch. And no touch. Okay. Okay, let me just make sure that I have the level correct for where the, Is this sitting level? I hope it is. It's not twisted. Here it is. Okay, so this thing sits here. Let's just put it on like the lowest that we can, around here, and then conformal code it. And then just a fit test. That fits well. Okay. Sweet. So we should get a cool illuminating effect around that then. And some hot glue does not hurt. Well, I don't think we actually need hot glue. I think we can just use a zip tie here. I am aware that there could be issues with this messing with the load cell calibration, so I'll just be aware of that. But yeah, I do want to give it some extra slack there. And then I think it's a good time to apply the conformal coating. Let me get a little brush. Where are my brushes? Up here. Do I still have any? Ooh, I only have a few. That's okay. Alright. I don't know where my UV flashlight is, but you can use a UV flashlight to check that you have total coverage of whatever you're conformal coating. This stuff will help with the waterproofing, which is quite important considering this is literally the place most likely to get water leaking on. It's probably also going to act a little bit, at least, to help glue this onto here. About it, this smells exactly like nail polish. I wonder what the difference is between this and clear nail polish. Because this is acrylic, and I believe that nail polish is also acrylic. Or at least the lacquer-based stuff. If I have any UV flashlights around. So I know that I mean, if I know where they're at, because I know I have a few, I just don't know where I put them, or even what they look like. Okay, that should be pretty good. I'm gonna just spray it down with some IPA so that I can keep using this brush. Though now I think about it, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to use acetone instead. I think acetone is actually supposed to be what I'm supposed to use. Oh well. I need more... Oh no, I have cotton thingies. Yeah. I think this is one of those projects that I don't realize is gonna make a big mess, but is making a big mess in my office. Oh well. I'm just gonna commit to the isopropyl alcohol because I don't know what isopropyl alcohol does when mixed with acetone, and I don't want to find out the hard way. In case it does a bad thing. Okay. I'm not sure if y'all could actually see that, but in case y'all couldn't, here's the RGB LED with the conformal coating put on. Okay, so let's get our tray thingy. And yeah, I feel a bit better if I just dab some hot glue on here too. All right. So that's lined up. Let's put on, well, have to make sure that I have long enough screws for this. I think that should be long enough. Ah, I forgot to put countersinking holes on the other side. Rip. Okay, I might redo that in the future. But for now, this will at least be good for test fits. Okay, so that is long enough for that side. It's also possible that we don't need it on the other side, but it's gonna bother me. So I'm just gonna try drilling it out and seeing what happens. I'm worried it won't end well, but I'll try. Let's see, how am I gonna do this? I think I'm just gonna step up every like 1 millimeter at a time and just drill carefully and use the reamer when it's necessary. That was not tight enough. And then use the backwards drill technique. Okay, so that was 5.5, and we need up to 7.5 to clear. Oh, we only really need up to 7 to clear M4 heads. Okay, so that was 5.5. Let's go up to 6.5 millimeters. is actually going better than I thought it would. It also probably helps a lot that this thing was printed basically solid. You know what? I'm not gonna actually get a 7.5. I'm just gonna get a 7. That, and that is almost enough to clear. Just a little bit more. Okay. That is deep enough. I get to avoid reprinting this, then that is awesome. And I think I have done that successfully. Cool. Yeah, I think that worked. Sweet. I think that needs to be cleaned out a little, though. Yeah, it just had some crud in it. Okay, we are in. There we go. Sweet. It's a little twisted though. I don't know why. I don't like that though. Yeah, I can see it's a little twisted. Where's the glass? Not sure if the glass is noticeably twisted. I'll see how it looks when it's done. If it's like really off, then I'm gonna have to redo that because it's not very aesthetic. I think just for some sanity checks, I'll just undo these a bit. Okay, cool. Alright, so why are you twisted? My guess is that something just kind of uneven with the mounting, so I'm just gonna kind of check that out and maybe like smoothen it out a bit. I think that is very possible, actually, because this one was printed kind of sideways. This one was printed more sideways-ish. So, could also be that that's pressing up against. No, that's not it. Okay. I think I know what's going on here. Yeah, there's a little bit of a bump here going on, so I'll just try to smooth that out with some low temperature soldering action. Okay, where's my carving bit? Here. It's just gonna like warm this up to like PLA melting temps, and just gonna like kind of round out that bit, or smooth out that bit. Let's kind of flatten it out. That's flat. Okay. Let's try again. I also did not expect that Loctite to already start feeling that tight. Because it takes like a full 24 hours, I think, to cure. Okay, yeah, that looks a lot more even to me. Hopefully that is true when we assemble it. And there's a bit of a blob of hot glue here, which I want to get rid of. Can you even see it? You can't really see it from that side. It might be causing more damage than it's worth to remove that. Okay. Let's see if that is on straight now. Oh yeah, that is so much better. Perfect. Well, at least as perfect as my eyeball can see. Sweet. And those are all in nice and tight. Awesome. Okay. So we got that in. Alright, I think next is the ultrasonic sensor. Just gonna go kind of bottom to the top here. Oh, that was only one screw? Okay, not gonna complain about that. I do want to, directly solder that, though. And we should also conformal coat that when we mount it, also. Oh yeah, there's definitely stuff on the back that needs to be coated. Because this is going to be sitting right on top of the spout, so this will also be one of those things kind of directly in the splash zone. But yeah, let's get that desoldering gun warmed up. Am I doing the rest of this screw by hand? Okay. Soldering gun. thing only takes like 30 seconds to warm up. Okay, let me just get the order of the wires written down. Black, yellow, blue, red. Okay. Black, yellow, blue, red. And then we'll just snip those. Okay, those should pull out now. Where's my needle noses? Y'all did not see that. Rip. Just pretend that you saw me do this, but for like all the pins. Okay, pull it out. There we go. Nice and cleanly desoldered. Do another pass on those. Okay, cool. Ooh, spicy. Okay. Away! Alright. It's a better angle. There's some really, really tight holes to solder those wires into. I don't even know if I have space to tin those. Okay, so what side do I want the thingies to be on? And do I also allocate? I did not have to carve out some. Do I? Where's the cover for this? No, that's the bad one. Pump thingy. Lid for that thing. More pump. This is the other cover. Oh yeah, I guess that we can install that part right now too. Now let's do that. It'll just keep it nice and clean and protected. And get the plastites. Okay. barely not big enough. Okay, 4 millimeter bit, where are you? There you are. We should actually probably use a bit longer than that. Something kind of annoying about plastics, though, is that I can only find them in, like, inches instead of, like, millimeter sizes. Wait a second. Oh. That doesn't even have a thing that goes into because it's missing, there's a hole here that was meant to have something screw in, but it doesn't even exist anymore. So let's put a dummy screw in there, just so it doesn't look missing. I think the way to do that is just, bit of hot glue. And then just stick that in. Hope it doesn't cause any problems. Okay. I think I'll get my screwdriver set out for this because there's quite a bit of mixing between Torx and hex and whatever. Okay. Huh. Oh, that's a robot combat damage screw. Okay. Yeah. I love driving plastics in to, like, the first time it goes into, like, a hole that's threading. Because you can just, like, feel the confidence that it has in staying in there. And I realize that sounds kind of weird. But, yeah, it's got a strong grip. Okay. Sweet, that is in there. Okay, now that looks pretty protected-ish. Alright. So I got distracted from something. I think it was, finding the top cover. Oh, it fell. Okay, so I have a feeling that this is not going to close if you don't carve that out. Oh, it does close. Okay, that's not an issue then. Don't understand why I designed it that way, but I'll take it. Alright, so where'd my wires go? Let's solder them on. Oh, right, I was trying to see which direction the wires should be coming in or out. We don't think it matters, so let's have it go out the top. Okay, so ground is always going to be black. Alright. Wonder if I need flux. I'll use flux anyway. Oh, one of those pads ripped off, but that's not going to cause problems. Pad is good on that side, but... I don't trust it. Salvage this for another project, but I don't trust that it'll actually be working. We'll just use this one. Oh, and this one, we actually already did the thing where we, Okay, yeah, this one's actually kind of better prepared for that, too. Okay, so... pull this out. And then we have to desolder that. It's a bit too forceful in removing those connectors. At least these ultrasonic sensors are like damn cheap. And I have a spare. Okay. It is desoldered. Oh. One of those holes is still a little blocked. There we go. That's cleared out. Okay. Yeah, we're going from the top. So ground one. Yeah, that's just too thick. Okay. Alright, back in business. Okay, so black, and then yellow. Okay. And then blue, and then red. And we do need to conformal code this. Alright. Those are all on, that's good. Alright, so next, as for coding it. That thing has like the same kind of top that like medicine bottles have. It's a little tough to open. Yeah, that's plenty of conformal coding right there. Okay, I think that it's acetone this is supposed to be rinsed in. So, I got my nail polish acetone. And let me go find there's probably some little glass container or something that I can pour the... Oh no, I have these little tiny silicone cups that I use, mostly for like molding stuff, but just need to find them. My shit's way too messy. I'm gonna go test out one of these cups and see if it holds acetone. We'll know pretty quickly if it does or doesn't. And that also gives this conformal coating a bit of time to dry. Let's try out this one. Could have sworn I had like a bunch of little glass containers that I use for this stuff though. Okay, a bit of nail polish acetone. Nope, that is bad. That fogged up like instantly. Yeet, into the trash you go. This was ABS juice. And it just comes out nicely. I'll use this glass container. that. Yeah, I think that was meant to be cleaned with acetone, not IPA. Okay. We'll just put the lid on it so it doesn't dry out or spill. Alright. So this is coated. I guess we can just drop it on here. But, I think it's probably better to... What is the order of operations here? Because you can't put the spout on first. I think you have to mount this and then put the spout on, and then put that on. But that just gives us more time to dry, so that's okay. I just want to confirm one more time, though, that, yeah, let's just mount this first with a couple screws and make sure that closes. And if it does, then we should be good to proceed. And if not, then we need to trim away some plastic, which is going to be a lot harder to do if this is already mounted. So, contrary to what I was saying earlier about plastites, I am threading the M2 screws directly into the plastic this time. But this is like super duper low stress and really just keeps it in place, so that is fine. And I also don't have plastites that small. Okay, so the goal is this should be in here with the screws on, and then I can put this on top of it. Oh, and we need to put the heat set inserts in there too. And it looks like it's flush, so there's no issue with that. So let's proceed to mounting this. And I need to put some conformal coating on there too, but I'll do that after we mount this. I realize you can't see that. Okay. Alright, heat set inserts. I actually have proper tips for heat set inserts. I should find those. Is it you? Yeah, it is you. Okay. Ah. Cause yeah, I've been kind of just ruining the end of my soldering iron. It's not the best thing. Is this the right one? That's pretty close. Now let's go with this one. Alright. This one is still hot, so we need to remove it with pliers. 270. Let's make that more like, 240. Oops, something fell. Drill bit. Okay. Heat set inserts. Guess while this is hot, we might as well put in the rest. Okay, so those ones are in. Then we got these 3 more to put in on this one. Okay, we're at the 2-hour mark. I'm actually kind of surprised at how fast this is going. I thought this would take a lot longer. But this thing will not be completely up and running, though, by the, by the end of the stream, because we still need to reprogram it to use the touchscreen. So we can, like, do some testing with the existing UI, but, yeah, we're gonna have to rewire some stuff and get the touchscreen programmed in, which I think I'm actually going to set Sunday to be about that. Okay, and then do I have all the heat sets in for this guy? I do. Okay, I think that's actually all the heat sets. Sweet. Oh, that's hot. I should have known that. Okay. So it probably would have been a smart thing for me to put in some more zip tie stuff for the wiring. Okay. That's in there. And come on, I should have another. I guess I don't. Okay, M5s. So this just mounts on to here. I'm going to change that away from a soft white to lab white. Okay. So we have that. And then we gotta get some tape. Double stick tape. Is it in here? It's not in here. Oh, I found it. Okay, so this stuff is really thin, and fits into that slot pretty well. Have that just hang out here. It's okay, it's a little uneven. Torx 15, where's a little tiny flathead just so I can peel that off. There we go. That's peeled. Okay. So I want to make sure that that will actually fit with this thing here, because I didn't actually model that accurately. So I think that's a fit. Oh yeah, that's plenty of clearance. Let's take a few zip ties. Let's just really ratchet them down. Nice and tight. And okay, that is a really nice amount of, I guess, not bending. What's the word I'm looking for? Clearance, I guess, for that tube. Okay, let's see. I think that now we want to put this on. It's all tangled up. Okay, that's digging in. Two more screws. Do I care about the colors matching? I'm not sure if I do, because these are all, they're internal, so I don't think I care. Okay, and one more. My hands are getting tired. I can power through this. Something just shifted. Guess it wasn't on straight at first, but now it is. Okay. So now let's get that coating on again. I don't know how sealed up these things are. Oh. Some of it's dripping down this tubing. I'll wash my hands a bit. Okay. That's probably good. Go wash my hands real quick. Well, I'll go wash the brush first. Oh shit, that's gonna ruin my nails. Ah, well. Just the tips that got a little acetoned. I forgot that it like creeps up the edge though. Okay, wash my hands. Okay, I'm back. Put that away. Alright, so where are we at? Have all this stuff here. And, just trying to think of the best way to keep all those wires out of the way so I don't snag them while I work on the rest of the stuff. I think it makes sense now to install the pump. Okay, so the pump is pretty straightforward. Snap this one in. Has 3 thingies. So, how long do those M5s need to be? Oh, I can just use the normal length ones that I normally use. Okay, cool. Alright, so pop those ones in. Reposition the camera. There we go. Okay. Alright, so that's in there. Need to get a few T-nuts. know what I realized? We didn't even put the cover on here. Let's do that first. This does not need to be as exposed as it is. And I think it also makes sense to zip tie the wires up. Let's see, what side are they going to go through? They're going to go through at the back, actually. Oh. Yeah, they're going to go through this side. Actually not going to do it super tight. I'm going to do it a little loosely, and then we'll tighten it later. There's a reason for that. It's because these need to pass through this like narrow pass here, and that might be a pain in the ass if it's tightened way too much. So I'm going to save that for later. But for now, you just put this on here. And where are my M3s? I'm not sure if you ever got the M3s out yet. Stream. You did not. Okay. Okay, so how long do those guys need? Let's see. Maybe let's try 10-ish. 10 is correct. 1, 2, 3. And I'm not going to Loctite these ones yet, just because I have a feeling that we're going to be going in and out of this fairly frequently. Okay. I need to color code these again because I tried to do that with some tape and it just fell off, and I didn't have any of the correct size clear heat shrink to keep it secure. If I redesign this, I'm going to add like kind of a little lip on this so that it stays aligned. Because right now it's a little misaligned. And I'll show what I'm talking about with like the lip feature. Let's actually loosen that a bit. Because yeah, right now it's not very flush. It's a little ugly, but it's still functional. So yeah, by the lip feature, talking about how like here, there's like this kind of a lip here, and I think there's a lip here also. And so, yeah, that just helps it slot in nicely, like that. And right now it's slightly misaligned. I don't think there's much I can do about that. It might be some mild warping. But okay. Now let's add the pump mount. Okay, so this is just play a game of jiggle it. There. Alright. And then last one. Sweet. Okay, now the pump. Here's the pump. And it fits. It's good. So, in and out. I need to kind of like min-max this. Where are my scissors? Okay. So, out. If in is on that end, if this is up here. And then we can probably trim not that much. Gonna go a little conservative on the trimming just because you can always cut, but you can't uncut the stuff. That's a little tight, but it's not the worst. We'll see how it performs. It's not the worst, but it's also not the best. And it could leak in the future. But, you know, let's get another zip tie, because we love these things. Okay. Now, this really should have been kind of more up here. I might reprint this, but make this go up higher, just so that it doesn't kink as much. But it will still probably work, just not amazingly. Okay. I think we're ready to zip tie that in, but this is gonna need the big boy zip ties. Big boy zip ties. How many? Hopefully just these two. Oh, and we need a bit of double stick tape just to keep it kind of... Oh, you know, we could actually rotate this around to find what is the least kinky. You know, that's actually not bad. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Let's put this here. I think that, yeah. And then that'll just keep it same principle with the other thing with the spout. That'll just keep it from like bending or from spinning around, hopefully. Oh wait, I guess that we have to hook up the output line now since there's not much space to maneuver. Okay. Or the input line. Another zip tie? Yeah. Upside down. There we go. Okay, so I mean, honestly, it's kind of jank, but that actually might still fit like that. Let's see if it closes at least. Because if it does, then we can actually afford that to be a bit higher than it was planned to be. Yeah, that fits. I'm fine with that if that reduces that kink. In this case, we are kink shaming. More zip ties for the zip tie god. Okay. Sweet. Alright. So, no kink there, no kink there. And we can put that on. How long do these ones need to be? You. This one? Okay, yeah, that's a good length. Let me find 4 matching screws. Okay. Come on, go in the hole. Okay. So this is the one that's not... This is the one that's a little warped, so... If it's not going to be perfect, there's going to be a little bit of a... seam that's going to be visible, but... oh well. Just get these partially threaded in. That's a sound. I'm doing this by hand because I don't know if those screws are slightly too long and they might be bottoming out. It's possible. But I don't think so. I think it's fine. Yeah, that seam is gonna bother me. I'm gonna reprint this. Okay, so you have the pump installed, and this thing is quite heavy, which was intended with the bottom being concrete, but still, it's quite heavy, and that's good. Okay. So, I think the last part really is just, getting this on. Oh, there's actually supposed to be an RGB LED thing that goes down there, so let me go find that. It's gonna be in the robot boxes, too, I think. Okay, if it's not in one of the robot boxes here, I'm not going to worry about it. I'll just find it later, off stream, and install it. Found one. Okay. So this will just illuminate the stuff underneath the water. You again need some more wire, so let's go get that. Looks like I need more of this stuff. So if this stuff is going to be going out there and looping back into here, then let's have it start here, and then loop back into here, and that will probably be the longest it will need to be. Okay. wire strippers. Wire strippers, where are you? I have like 2 wire strippers. Oh, and they're both in the same place. Okay, so what's the neatest way to go about this? Might need to do some carving. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to do some carving at the bottom here. We have room to carve. I think we do. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. Okay, head tracker is taking a while to come back online. Come on, head tracker. What are you doing? We were working before. If it doesn't connect, we'll just proceed with the weird body for now. Okay. Anyway. Let's go to the workbench camera. Huh. Did everything disconnect a while ago or something? I have a feeling a whole cluster of USB ports just kind of died. Oh gosh. Yeah, they're flickering. That's weird. Okay, I am going to unplug the GoPro and directly in to here. Then unplug this thing and re-plug it in. Okay. If we see green, then it should be working. There we go. I think that one USB hub was overloaded or something, or maybe it was just never meant to use the GoPro. But okay, we're back online. Okay. So back to this, we're carving out some plastic out of there. It's got the carving it out. And so the reason for that is I realized that there's not really an elegant way to route the wires over this. So we're just gonna route them underneath and carve out a path for those. 240 degrees, that sounds about right. So I'm just gonna skim out like maybe 2 millimeters or so from the direct middle of this and out an end. Yeah, that end. Now let's go that direction. Part of the key here is to get it just hot enough that it cuts through it like butter, but not so hot it starts burning it. And also using a dedicated bit for carving out the plastic because it's a better shape to do that with, and you don't have to ruin it for your nicer tips that you use for actually soldering. Okay, that could be enough. Let's hit it with a freeze ray. So that it is actually brittle and snaps instead of gooping up. Okay. I think we could clear out a bit more space, but we are very close. Okay, yeah, that should be plenty of space for wiring. Alright, let's wire it up. Oh! Thanks for letting me know. Let me get the camera back on. I think it's literally just turned off. Okay, USB connected. It should be showing very soon. Okay, there we go. Okay, so what you missed was I cleared out this little this bit here so that we could have some channels for the wires, so that we can put this thing on and put the wiring underneath. And now let's solder that. I just realized that's a hot iron directly on the workbench. Okay. Now we have the soldering tip on. Let's get this heated up. There we go. Okay, so I think we're just gonna tin this again. You know, those holes are big enough to take some tinning. Bit of flux to help it wick out a bit. Oh, my fingertips are nasty. Okay, solder is here. Yeah, there's like no room on here for me to put the soldering fan up, so I'm just blowing it away. I want to do a thing where, like, so the way I have this camera, like, on an arm, I want to have, like, just an always plugged in soldering fan also on an arm, just so it can stay out of the way from, like, desk space. Okay, so we have that. Where's my flux pen? I'll flux that up. As close as we can get, anyway. Okay, so ground is self-explanatory. No, I don't know if self-explanatory was the right word there, but ground is ground. Okay, that's in there good enough. I think we need to strip out a little bit more. Okay, so data in. And 5 volts. Redo that ground actually because it's slightly longer than everything else, so it's a bit wonky. Might not need to cleanly unsolder it either because there's actually a second hole for another ground. Come on, get out of there. Might need to do the add more solder to take off the solder trick. There we go. Pop that off, and now we can trim that. Go neatly into this other ground hole. Perfect. Okay. That slipped out. Actually, this might be easier to do it from the top. Yeah, let's actually do that. Okay. Yeah, that's actually easier just going through that side. Okay, cool. So got that, and let's take our good old friend, the conformal coating. And get it on this side. anything, this is the part that is the most likely to take some splash damage. Because it's literally right underneath the water spout. Okay, so we can take that, we can put it in here. Do we need to carve out more? I don't think we do. Yeah, we can just install that in now. Couple M2s. Is this the skinny one? It is. Is that the skinny one? I think it is, yeah. Does it go in? Yeah. Slowly but surely it is. Okay. And then this guy. That is going in now. Cool. And then let's trim those bits sticking out, and then more conformal coating. And then I want to splash the outside of that with some hot glue also, after that is done drying. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep the lid off of this so that I don't have to keep ruining my nail tips. Okay, so that's cleaned. And what is next? Okay, this needs to go routed through here. Oh, right, I think we needed to figure out how the heck we're going to put the control board on there. Let's see, I think the best way to do this is to just, like, force some of those heat set inserts in there. You have plenty of them. Heat set inserts. Where did they go? A whole baggie of them. Here. And then probably have to do the same technique that I did to expand those holes out. Because yeah, that's definitely too small. Take just a random M3 screw. Yeah, I don't really trust those staying in that well. Okay, so calipers, where are you? You are 5 millimeters, so let's take 4.5 millimeters. go nice and slowly, because especially here, it is really thin. That is not slow. Can be a bit more reckless on these ones since they're thicker. Okay, let's see if that is enough for this to just kind of take hold, and then we can keep pushing it through the rest. I think that is actually good. Just don't want it to go too far, or else we will have it poke through the other side. Yeah. I think that this concept is solid. Ooh. You know, there actually might be an issue that might be gooping up way too much into there. Hold on. Where is that other driver? Not you. Not you. Keep you up here. Here. Oh. And it's still really hot. As long as it can be threaded in a little bit, that's better than just not being threaded in at all. But it looks like we need to clear more material out, or else this is going to be like too, or else the plastic will just not, it'll just gush through the heat set insert. It's also kind of acting like a nylock. But yeah, I don't want to press my luck too much into that. I'll only thread in like a couple millimeters, but honestly, it's probably better than what we were looking at before. Okay. So let's... really drill a lot more into that then. Okay. There we go. That's going in a lot better than those other ones. Okay, cool. So I don't have any doubt that those ones are good, though. Alright. So, what else? The screen mounting. So this one has been a bit tricky, because there's a bit of plastic to carve out also, but it's in a very tough spot to reach, so I just have to be kind of careful with that, I guess. And I think this is the last of the heat set inserts that we're going to be using. Alright, so let's take this. It's right here is where there's just too much plastic for that to sit in nicely. And then we're probably gonna need to like do something funky to repair the hole that it's supposed to screw in also. I'm not sure if we're actually gonna be able to screw it in at all, or if we're just gonna have to like use glue or some other improvisation. I think it's very likely that we're gonna have to do that, though. But yeah, this is just a really awkward spot to try to reach into. Okay. Oop. Whew. I think the screen is glass, so I'm scared of cracking it. You don't want to, like, force it in. Okay, I think the left side is good, this right side is not. It's, like, very, very finicky. You know, what I could do is I could actually soften that plastic, and then I could kind of force it in by using the hot air gun. So that let me force it in without putting too much pressure on it. Yeah, let's try that. Wonder if that's soft enough. It's definitely warm. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. It's fitting in a lot better now. Alright, now I didn't really think about what angle this would actually be screwed into. So, yeah, it's gonna be a little tough. Like, can I reach it from a driver of some kind? I might be able to with the ball end of the thingies. Same time, I think those holes are very deformed. I don't know if they'll even take anymore. Okay, I'm gonna go get a couple plastites and see if we can finagle our way in. And those holes might need to be slightly bigger also. Okay, So not 4.5. Let's go 4. Fiberglass. I should vacuum that up. Okay. Fiberglass is vacuumed up. And let's see if we can actually screw this in at all. Alright, 15. T15. I don't know what units torque stuff is in. Is that like 1.5 millimeters, or is it just a thing? Oh, that is going in. Okay. Now, do I have any kind of angle to go in on this? I have doubts, but I know it might be possible. I go in like all the way from far like that. Oh my gosh, it actually works-ish. Okay, I'm not gonna screw that in all the way, but we have a touchscreen mount. Cool. Okay, now we just need the USB port. And it's just the power USB port. I'm gonna get my silicone wire for that. I realize. Oh, wait. Oh, no. That's not an issue because we can just go in from the top. Okay. So, USB power. What is the longest that this will be? It's going in from the far end, I guess. Probably will be then. Yeah. That and a bit of slack. Should be good. And then once you get everything kind of roughly, I guess, assembled, other than like getting the touchscreen working, I think we can just borrow the old interface for a minute and just make sure everything kind of still works. If it does, then we're in business. And then I think I'll save the UI programming for I think I'm gonna move the robot operating system stuff to next week, and then just do the what's it called? And do the UI and programming and stuff, reprogramming for Sunday for this thing. I know, I'll see. I might just also do it offline and then just show y'all it when it's finished. Because I do want the water thingy to be back online ASAP. Okay. And we're coming up on 3 hours, so we are hitting a pretty good stopping point soon, and I'd say probably 30 minutes. Okay, here's Flux Pen. Cool. And just want to trim that a little. And then ground. Okay. I don't know why I'm surprised that it's still hot. Okay, yet another zip tie to secure the USB port to here, and then we'll use some hot glue. I don't think we need to worry about conformal coating, because if any water makes its way here, that'll be very surprising. Well, I guess it's possible, but I'd rather use hot glue for this part. Oh, this went cold. Okay. So we have power going to this now. Yeah. So I guess while that hot glue gun dries, let's take the control board off of here. And then the RGB LEDs, honestly, will probably not be indicating that much status other than like if water is in there or not. It'll be more decoration. And we'll have the status of things like Wi-Fi and Twitch and whatever on the touchscreen instead. Okay, what's the easiest way to do this? I think literally just splicing it over instead of trying to unsolder and resolder this. Probably the easiest way to go here. You know what? I don't think so, actually. Let's just chop those ones off. I don't want to do that because it's solid core wire, so it's kind of sussing me out. You know, we actually have ground and power rails going all the way to the end, so we don't even have to do it all the way on that like awkward end. We can just have it all the way on the back side, and that should complicate wiring a bit less. So let's do that. Okay, so your ground. And we're just gonna solder you on with a death blob. You are 5 volt. That is an ugly joint, but it is a fat joint, so it'll work. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, could use a bit more flux. Let's flux it up and just make it a bit cleaner. Okay, cool. We have power. Okay, let's just put in a couple screws, because I know that we're gonna have to redo this very soon. Or not redo, but we're gonna have to, like, open it up and keep messing with it when we program it, so I'm not worried about it being, like, a permanent hold right now. Kind of loose, but that's okay. Alright, so let's see, we just need to put this on then. There was this whole business of like needing to smush the wires through here, and it looks like connectors are gonna be too fat for this. Honestly, that whole thing, we don't need that to be that long. Okay, so that's the pump. That's gonna need the connector spliced back on. But that was also a JST XH connector, so that is way wider than the other connectors that we have so far. Because the other ones are just DuPont, which are far slimmer. Yeah, you can see that DuPont just went in just fine. Then last one. Oh wait. Ah shit, we didn't even do that. That could have just gone in through that side. Oh well. We're gonna need to slim down, or we're gonna need to trim down that wire anyway, so it's whatever. Okay, so we have these ones, and there's like a missing. There you are. We're hidden back there. Oh, almost forgot that I wanted to do that. Hot gooned. Okay, cool. Let's actually freeze that so it doesn't like drip off. Okay. Sweet. Okay. It's probably a good thing to label which of those RGB LEDs are which. But cool, that is slit. Aw, shit. Forgot to put the screws on this side. That's not a big problem. Just gonna be a bit awkward to navigate around. Okay, M5s. We only need 2 of them because that one just kind of sticks out past I hope you are long enough. And then we can just glue in a dummy for that top one. Okay, are you long enough? You are. Good. This is gonna be a pain in the ass to Loctite, so I'm just gonna do it now. Okay, that one's in. It's gonna be really tricky since, like, right in the middle of everything, too. Okay. Drop the screw. Where did it go? Screw it. I'll get other. Pun not intended. Okay. Is it in? It's in. Okay. Alright. Navigate those wires around the spout. Okay, so goal is get this loose enough that it'll spin and slide in, but not so loose that it loses the nut. Or alternatively, make it tight enough and then align it and then loosen it and tighten it again. I think that's going to be a bit easier to do. Oh no, the screw is just kind of too long. Shit. I think it can still work. Okay. Oh. This wire is caught in here. There we go. Something else is being pinched now. It's literally just the zip tie. Okay. Now I think we can screw this in. Yep, that is screwed on tight. And then finally this one. We can inspect it from the top, and that is screwed in tight. Sweet. Okay, so to get this working again, what do we need to wire up? This part needs to be rewired. What is that? That's the load. No, that's not the load cell. This is ultrasonic sensor. This part needs to be rewired into here. That's sticking out the top, so that will need to be fixed for the final version. I think the load cell we don't need to actually do that with. You can just have that. Yeah, that's low profile enough, but I do want to get that soldered in anyway, just for, I guess, reliability. And then this is one of the RGB LEDs, and this is the other, and to be honest, we could have them do the exact same thing, because this just shines right into the glass of water, and this is just right below the glass of water, and they're both indicators, so, I don't know. I'll figure that out, but I could just tie them in the same connection for now. And then this UI thing is going to change. And then I need to get the connector back on the pump. That's pretty fast, so I'll just do that now. And then we can hook up the old UI, and then we can see if it still works. Which I don't think it would not work, but I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't. So yeah, let's go crimp on those JST XHs. And then I think that we can just test it out. Nope, that is for pH. Here's my JST XH crimps. Yeah, there they are. Just need two. Okay. Two. Just so I know which side goes in which. Okay, this is the old one. So rod goes in the right when this is visible. Cool. That's in, and then this last one. Was that upside down? I hope it wasn't upside down. Yeah, that was upside down. Okay, that's in. I think I trust it a little more if we goon this. Okay. Cool. That's in. So we're not going to have any RGB LEDs right now, but we should have everything that we need for this to function. Why is there a fly here? That's not good. Okay, so let's just take off the old interface. And just plug it in. Okay. So, moment of truth. Nothing is doing its thing. In the chat, water dispenser is online. What's this under here? Let's manually pump it. Yay! Cool. Okay. Awesome. And, let's try it with the command. Hydrate. Oh, thanks. Sweet. Awesome. I am going to drink that water. Okay, cool. So I think the last thing I want to do, bye-bye for now, is, I just want to make sure that this all closes properly. I mean, honestly, it's not going to take that much time to undo that, so let's just do that wiring stuff correctly. Honestly, the force thingy has been the load cell thingy has been pretty reliable, so I'm not too worried actually about having to redo that connector. I'll do that if it becomes a problem. But for now, it's not a problem. So, let's see. Yeah, let's just, I think I lost a screw to the interior I did. Should be safe for me to turn this thing upside down. Yeah. Okay, so... yeah, I think it's... honestly? Could just literally just bend that up. I think that'll work, actually. And then just hot glue that and that. And then I'm not gonna worry about the RGB LEDs right now though. That's just fluff. Cool, so I literally just bent that instead of unsoldering and resoldering stuff. Okay, so M3 screws. M3 screws, M3 screws. Where are you? M3 screws. Yeah, I just want to make sure this whole thing closes when we have the real lid on. Cool. That's in. That is in as far as it goes. Yeah, I kind of fucked up those threaded inserts, but it's okay. That one actually goes in all the way-ish. And then this one should go in all the way. Okay. So this one, red goes on the side. Don't know why there's tape on it like that. Getting that in. And then you have these two RGB LED connections. Let's hide that back there for now. This is not that much space for cable routing. Probably use a pass on cable management or a pass on just trimming those, but okay, here's the lid. And it does go on. So let's get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 countersunk M3s. Pretty sure I have black ones. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Oh, hi! I am working on the final version of the forced hydration machine. Yeah, let's see if it actually works without the screen interface. No, actually won't work because it needs to know the settings. Okay, yeah, I can just demonstrate it real quick before closing it up. Although you've caught the tail end of the stream, I am wrapping it up pretty soon. So this is the old control for it, and what this does is whenever you call exclamation point hydrate on the Twitch stream, or the Twitch chat, or YouTube chat, it's supposed to dispense water out of this cup, or into this cup. Yeah, there's like a pump in here, there's a sensor here, another sensor down here to detect if the cup is there. The spout is kind of hidden, but it's in through there. And oh, this water tank is almost empty, but it just uses a normal, like, gallon bottle of water as a supply. But yeah, we have just disassembled most of the original. This is what's left of it. And, oh, it's beeping because the glass is there. Take the glass off. It calibrates. There. And then, if you'd like to type in exclamation point hydrate into the chat, then it should fill it with a third of a glass of water. I can type that in. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's weird. It tripped the power. It reset. I probably need to add a capacitor in there or something. But yeah. Some water is in there. So yeah, I'm just wrapping up the physical build of this, and then we're going to be taking this interface, and we're going to be moving it over to the touch screen on the front. But yeah, I'm going to go unplug it, and take this out, because it's just going to dangle out. And then we're going to make sure that this closes up, because that's literally the last thing on here. And I think that fits. Yeah, there's no wires sticking out, so let's close that up. The size. We should also get a test of if the USB port fits the way that I hoped it would fit. Okay, and then the top 4 screws. Ugh. Bless me. And then the last one. Yeah, this kind of looks like a Keurig thingy. Oh, and they're not connected yet, but there are RGB LEDs that shine both around here. This is why it's clear for the RGB LEDs to poke through. And there's also some up here to shine directly into the glass. But yeah, let's just make sure that the USB port is lined up the way it should be. And it is. Cool. So yeah. Awesome. I'm gonna just clear some stuff out so that we have a nicer view of this before ending the stream. Alexa, turn workbench light off. Okay, yeah, you can see that a bit better, maybe. But yeah, that's the forced hydration thingy. We just need to get that touchscreen interface working and get the RGB LEDs going, and this thing is basically finalized. So yeah, I'll think about if I want to do that stuff next stream and move the robot operating system stuff to like next week, or if I want to just do that offline and show y'all on social media or something it being finished, or like make a finished video about it. Well, I'm gonna make a video about it anyway. But yeah, that's the thingy. And yeah, it's heavier. It's like, it is honestly heavier than I thought it was gonna turn out, which is excellent because I wanted it to be really heavy so that it wouldn't fall over when chaos is happening on the workbench. And yeah, it's pretty darn heavy because this bottom half, or this bottom chunk, is filled with concrete. Yeah. Didn't really expect that to be that visible. Might find a way to cover that up. Might not care. But yeah, we have a thingy. And it looks good. Yeah, I guess. The only thing that I just really don't like is, well, let's see, that could also be, let's see if we can push this down a little bit more. Okay, let's really put weight on there while tightening this up. Oh, I never put the dummy screw in there. We need to do that. Dummy screw. Dummy screw.
Oop. That's a hammer falling.
Now, there's a few dummy screws in this because some things were meant to go into screw holes that no longer exist. Okay, cool. That dummy screw's in there now. But yeah, let's set the final weight on this too, with the glass. Okay. I don't trust when the scale is on this silicone mat, so I'm gonna move it a bit. But, okay, wait for it to zero out. So this thing is just over 3 kilograms. That's almost 7 pounds. But yeah. Alright, well, I think I'm gonna end it here. Again, I'll let you know if I'm gonna be streaming Robot Operating System on Sunday, or if I'm just gonna stream doing the coding and stuff for this. I just realized that my face stopped. There we go, my face is back. I wonder how long it's been like that, but anyway, yeah. Okay, yeah, so on Sunday I'm gonna be doing either Robot Operating System, or I'm gonna be doing the coding for this, or I'll do the coding for this offline. But yeah. Alright, well, thanks everyone for tuning in. I'm glad I did this stream because I was thinking about canceling because I was tired and I wanted to keep napping. But glad I got this done because I knew that this project would be staring at me like the whole rest of the week. Oh, really, really important announcement. I landed a contract job. It's only a month long, but income is income, so that's good. So yeah, and I don't think it'll be affecting the stream schedule. I'll let you know if it does, but yay, I have employment again, so that makes me happy. And it ends right as soon as BattleBot starts, and then I have to find work again for after that. But hey, I'm making money again now, so that's good. But yeah. Alright, well, I think that's it for the stream. Thanks everyone for tuning in. It's been fun as usual. And, yeah. Alright. Gonna log off and find someone on Twitch to raid. So stay tuned if you want to be in someone's raid or something. But, yeah, alright. Okay, logging off.